G'day gamers, Ranger Tony here, back with a new Skyrim playthrough. This is going to be my Nord Stormcloak Arcane Archer build. Down below, either in the stream the stream notes in the about, or down in the description on YouTube, there is a list of the mods that I'm playing for this. One of them is Muken's Arcane Archer mod. That is the main mod that we're going to be using. We're also using the comprehensive bow mod that I have used before, with a mod that we can, a bow that we can build ourselves and increase as our levels go up. We can modify the bow and make it better. So we're going to be using those in conjunction. A lot of magic in this build. The idea is that if I get into close range combat, I am going to be switching back to magic. Now, Nord, yes. I want to do the Civil War quest lines. I started to do a bit of a playthrough of the Imperial Civil War quest line, and I will finish that at some point or start it again. I'm not entirely sure which, but I want to do the Stormcloak, so the Nord Civil War side as well, and I feel let's start that. So we are going to jump in, of course, as a Nord for this. If you heard me talk about this game, see me play it in the past, you know that I have this feeling that pretty much the game expects you to play a Nord. Like, even though, yes, you start as a Nord in the selection process. In Oblivion, you start as an Imperial in the selection process, but it never, at any point in Oblivion, did I feel like I should have been an Imperial when I played anything else. There was nothing in that game that made it feel wrong to play any race. Here, there are a lot of races it feels wrong to play. It feels like because you're getting shouts and things like that, that sort of feels like it's Nord heritage. Now, you can look at it and say Nords are the sort of the original humans that came from, I can't think of the name of it now. I keep thinking it's like Alfheim or Altheim or something like that, but I don't think that's right. They originally came from a continent which is supposedly further to the north, and then they spread out, and some of them became Imperials. Potentially others became Redguard. I don't know how the Redguard came about. Bretons were an intermingling of High Elves and Imperials, I believe. And then the rest of the races are basically either the two beast races, Argonian and Khajiit, or the elf races that sort of over time split up. And then the orcs are technically a race of elf. So yeah, it always feels to me in Skyrim like you're supposed to play a Nord. It doesn't feel right to be something else and get the dragon shouts and do all the stuff and go to Sovereign Guard and defeat Alduin. It just doesn't seem right to be doing it as a non-Nord. We are going to do it this time. I'm going to do... we're going to stick as a Nord. I'm not saying we're going to change, but we're going to stick as a Nord. So that's what we're going to do. The bodies... which one did I think it was that one. Or that one. No, it's got to be this guy, because he needs his right eye to be his good eye because he's an archer. Although you could say that that milky white eye is what gives him... Actually, let's do that. Let's go with this one and say that that milky white eye is what gives him his extra good archery abilities. Just a couple of things we're going to do. I always like to have a clean complexion and clean skin. No dirt. and normal complexion. I don't have a problem with that war paint. I think I'm probably going to change the hair, though. Probably to bald, and you know me, we've got to have the Ranger Tony friendly mutton chops. That one. And that hair color is fine. So, what did I want to call this guy? Well, here's the thing. I'm going to be using my bow primarily, but it is going to be an arcane bow, so it is going to be able to do different types of damage, either raw magic damage with an arcane arrow, or it's going to be able to do fire, ice, shock, or sun damage. And then there are some extra effects that you can throw on top of that. Now, if I get into too much trouble and opponents get close, I need to switch back to magic. And what I was thinking of sort of going down a path with this. Having multiple different types of arrows is fine, but I wanted to have one type of arrow that I used predominantly, and that was going to be out of the three main elements: fire, ice, or shock, right? The sun one, they're really only good against the various forms of undead, so that was going to be my special undead use, and then for normal use, it was either going to be fire, ice, or shock. Now, if I was doing this in Oblivion, I would probably just have picked ice for something different and gone with that. And I thought of doing that here. But then I remembered that being an ice mage in this in Skyrim kind of sucks, at least in my experience. Anytime I've tried to do a lot of ice stuff, it just really sucks because so many of your opponents are in one way or another immune to ice. What most opponents aren't immune to is shock. The big problem with using shock, I mean, you can go with fire as well, but I didn't want to go with fire. Shock has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of using shock is that it burns magicka in your opponents, so whenever they get a hit by it, and conversely when you get hit by it, you lose magicka. And that can be really useful. You can actually force dragons to literally fall out of the sky if you hit them with enough shock damage. Right? The other thing about shock is it's an instant hit. If you're using the lightning bolt as a long range attack, the bolt hits instantly. It doesn't, unlike a fireball or the ice shard, it doesn't have to fly to its target, so you don't have to lead as much. Very useful. The big disadvantage is it uses more mana than the others. But I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to be building a primarily shock arcane archer. So, I wanted a name for this guy that was going to be fitting and work with that. Of course, the ultimate name that anybody would pick if you go Nord, Lightning, what do you think of? It is, of course, Thor, right? But that just felt too cheesy for me. I can't do it, right? So we're going to go Balder, who is Thor's brother. And I think older brother who was killed, if I remember rightly. I do know a little bit of Nord mythology. And that's not just from watching the Thor movie, the Thor movies either, the Marvel movies. I've had an interest in Norse mythology for years, and did pick up some interesting. I mean, I could even name this guy Odin, because those gods do not exist in this, in the Nern Tamrielic world. But I think we'll go with Balder, and we're going to do a standard start. just because...
And choose where your new life
Well,
shall begin.
Yeah, we're going to do it because I just always like the standard start, really. I don't know why I have this mod, because I rarely use it for starts that aren't standard. I mean, it is handy at times, but the advantage of taking the standard start, it's always a toss-up for me whether to use... I'm going to turn that volume down a touch. There we go. It's always a toss-up for me, particularly for characters that are going to remain at range, whether to stick with light armor or go with heavy armor. So the light armor just ultimately weighs less, but I have the bandoliers and pouches mod, and I have the backpacks mod. Those allow me to carry a lot. So the carry weight isn't really a problem. So it's always, for me, it's always a toss-up. Is it better for me to go and use heavy armor or stick with the light armor? And usually I find that I survive better in heavy armor. Like, every playthrough that I've completed in this game, bar my original mage build, and I can't even remember, I might have given him heavy armor, now that I think about it. I don't know, actually. I'd have to go back and look at some of the old videos. But I've done a fighter, I have done a ranger using bound bow, and in both cases it was heavy armor. Nords are more proficient in light armor, though. Right? They start with the proficiency in light armor. So I'm going to go down that route. I'm going to stick to the light armor. So basically, once we... And the really good thing, it's really interesting, right? If you go and do an Imperial start at Helgen, where you follow Hadir, or whatever his name is, rather than following Ralof, you're actually really limited. When you follow Ralof, you get to kill the guard captain, so you get heavy armor as well as light armor in that very first fight. And you can make your choice which one you want to take from there. And then all the way through the dungeon, you're coming across a mix of Imperials wearing heavy and light armor and a variety of weapons. And you kill off a bunch of Imperials, some of which are carrying bows. So really quickly in this playthrough, if you go a Stormcloak start, a Nord start, you get access to all of the possible equipment styles, right? But if you go Imperial, the only armor you find when you go down with Haddon is light armor. And you do, and the whole way through, the only opponents you come across are Stormcloak soldiers, Nord soldiers. They only ever have light armor, and mostly they only carry heavy weapons, two-handed weapons. It's really hard if you want to go sword and board, or if you want to go an archer build, to start in the Imperial way. And if you want to go heavy armor, you just can't. You do not get your first piece of heavy armor until you get all the way out to Riverwood and buy it. So that is a huge advantage going a Nord start in this game. By following Ralof, when you get out of this, when you get out of Helgen, if you go with Ralof, you get access to all of the possible armor and weapon types that you could want. But if you follow Haddon and go the Imperial route, you really only get access to swords. Shields, I think, are pretty hard to come by. As single-handed axes and maces are also fairly rare. And then you don't get a bow. I think Haddon gives you a bow at the Bear, right near the end before you get out. That's the first time you'll get a chance to get your hands on a bow. Barring the Imperials barring some of the Stormcloaks who are still in Helgen, killing Imperial soldiers that are with you as you make your way out, and that doesn't always happen. So, yeah, it's a really strange sort of thing to me to compare those two starts. I've only done the Imperial start a couple of times, and it's actually really hard to do some starts as an Imperial. So I'm gonna, well, no, we'll keep the volume a little bit lower for a minute. But yeah, we're going to follow Rayloff. Initially, I'm not going to use any weapons. It's going to be just the the flames spell that I have that I'm going to use, which early game is really effective dual wield. It is really effective for taking down your opponents. You're not going to get hit very much at all. We are going to stick with light armor, but once we get out, we are going to make ourselves a bow, and we are going to... That's using the comprehensive bow mod that I've got. We are going to make ourselves some leather armor, because the leather armor that we can make is better than any of the other leather armor, the other light armor that we're going to be able to find initially. And then we're going to get into the Arcane Archer stuff, and I'll talk about that when we get to it. But there is a bunch of spells that we can get, and an early game what's called an arcane bow, and once we get those, we're going to be set, and everything's going to be really good. I like this Arcane Archer mod. What I've seen of it, I really like. It does some things really well. Okay, so we're coming up to... We're coming up to our escape. One of these days, I really need to try to see if there's anything else that you can do at this point. Like, you're directed to run into that that building over there, that keep, and then go up the stairs. I would really and jump off and go through a building and blah, blah, blah. I would really love to see if you can sidetrack all of that and just run off, because I think it's over that way, that you actually end up going. Like, if I look around a little bit here, that's the keep we go in. We jump out and go around. No, we must go over a few different things. So I can't wait around too long. I mean, it doesn't seem like you get hurt, but we'll try and get through this as quickly as we can. Yeah. Alduin doesn't actually hurt you, I don't think, unless you get really close. So... Okay, I'm trying to pick where we were over there, but I don't really know the layout of Helgen, so it's a bit hard to work out where we used to be compared to where we're going. I think when we make our way out over here, we're actually pretty close to where we were. The tower that we climbed, that we jumped out of, I think is that one over there, or no. Maybe it's that one. Anyway, we're going to do the... Yeah, it does look like there's a bit of rubble around, but I've never actually just had a look just to see what you can and can't do right there at the start. But I didn't want to destroy this start too much by actually doing something and finding out that we die and have to go through that whole intro section again. There we go. Okay, so going to grab all of that. As I said, we are going to favour both of those. I never use the battle cry, mostly because I think it's pretty pointless having opponents flee. What did I just do? I meant to drop those. Okay, so at the moment we're going to put that on our 2 and that on our 8. So let's get our spells ready. Did we? Yes, we did put our gear on. Okay, I don't feel like there is any point in hiding. You can run right down Alduin's mouth. In that point where you jump. So the point where you jump out of the keep, you run through the loft of that house, jump down, and you go out, and then you run around, and Hadvar is right there. Right, and he's calling that little kid, and Alduin comes and lands right there. You can basically charge right at Alduin there, and he jumps up and flies away, and like doesn't breathe fire at you or anything. I've said this before. It always feels to me like Alduin is actually helping you to escape, but that doesn't fit with the way the game progresses later on when Alduin is actually trying to kill you. And he never at any point says that he was trying to help you escape. But it always feels in this first thing like he's actually helping you escape because he never directly attacks you. And you can, as I said, you can charge right at him. And he won't do it. He'll just fly away. He won't attack you. So that always just felt super weird to me. Okay, and blast the captain while she's mostly standing there. She's now dead. I'm out of stuff, but we'll finish him off. Let's get all of her gear, all of his gear. Okay, now we want Imperial studded leather, the light helmet, the braces, and the boots. And there we go. We are set up. We are not going to keep the helmet for long, though, because eventually we are going to be switching to the hood, which gives us some extra magicka. I'm also not going to worry too much about vegetable soup. In other playthroughs, I've made a huge effort to get as much of it as I could. And I recognise that for this playthrough, I don't really use it as much as I should at various times. And B, it helps you a lot when you're playing a melee character, but it doesn't feel like it helps anywhere near as much when I am playing a ranged character of any sort. I am a little bit annoyed. We have not yet got any pouches, bags, anything like that. Normally you pick up at least 1 or 2 pouches from these guys to improve your carrying capacity. So I'm hoping further in we do find some more. I'm also not really going to be doing alchemy in this run just because it's so much stuff to carry and you're always on the lookout for alchemy stuff, and it's a pain in the butt. Let's get down here and get this torturer killed as quickly as possible. There we go, that's him down. Right. Take that because that book is worth a little bit. I wish you could actually take that as a backpack, but you cannot. Okay, got that. Okay, so 2 things to do here. First of all, read sparks. 3 things. Second of all, come back here. We're going to take flames off our thing and make sparks our thing. Do you have any pouches? You don't. Okay. What about you? I don't think the Torturer ever really does. The other thing I forgot to do was put on the Novice Hood to give me 30 extra Magicka. I'm not going to take all of that. I really just want these 2 extra lockpicks in here. And while I don't think I should have to use lockpicking as a primarily magic using character in this game, until I can get the spell that I've added in the mods to do it, I need some way to get through locks. So I can't complain. It's going to be my only option for a little while. I'm not grabbing any of the bone meal. I'm just looking for gold on these guys because gold is everything in this game. Right, let's go. It's time to get ourselves the early game bow. Come on, guys, get in there and finish him for me. Thank you. I want this guy's bow and arrows. Oh, there's the pouches. Oh, he's got a lot of them too. Let's take all of it because we should be able to carry it all now. So let's put these on. That's going to help our carrying capacity quite a bit. And let's grab the bow and the arrows. And let's start. Oh. Damn it. Okay, we're done. So I probably didn't quite help out as much as I normally do in that fight. But we did it, the whole group did alright. We didn't actually even lose any of our Stormcloaks. So, is there anything else I want to do? What? Chest armor. I'm wearing Imperial Studded, which is 25. Excuse me, that's 23. That is also 25. Which one looks better? I think the Imperial Studded looks... Actually, no, we'll go with that. Doesn't really matter. There's no need to be vain about it. The other thing we haven't done yet is favorited the longbow. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that's on our 1 slot and that's on our 2 slot, so that we can quickly and easily swap between the bow and the arrows. Now, as I said, I wasn't going to... I was up in arms about whether to still... Even though I've built this... I've got the mod that gives me a really good bow that I can build and continue to upgrade as I progress. And it's better than the normal bows in the game in pretty much every way possible. It does more damage all the time. So I've done that, which I don't have that bow yet, but I will have it before too long. Once we get to Riverwood, I'll be able to make it, is basically the thing. But I wasn't sure if it was going to really be worthwhile to also go down the sneak route, because my Arcane Arrows are going to give me extra damage as well. But I've thought about it and thought, well, if I'm going to... Damn it, how did that miss? If I'm going to do this, I might as well take all the advantages I can. So I am still going to sneak as a way to take these guys out a little bit quicker. Come on down. And bang. And Bang. I'm so used to Oblivion not being able to get rid of the arrow once it's drawn that I've got into this habit now that if I draw an arrow and I can't loose it, I point the bow down so that I can shoot it into the ground and pick it up again. And I don't need to do that here because I can just put the arrow away without shooting it. So anyway, we're going to come around here, we're going to grab these few things over here, and then much to Rayloff's horror, we're going to kill this bear before he is even ready. Because from a sneak attack, at least on default difficulty, 2 arrows will take that bear down without a problem. Grab that, we're going to grab that. I'm going to also try and not make this a huge loot run, in that I will, because I can carry a fair bit with everything that I'm going to have, with the bags and belts and backpacks and stuff. I'm going to be able to carry a lot, but I'm not going to go. I'm going to try not to go overboard. And so in a lot of places I will just be leaving a lot of stuff behind and just going for the high value items. Which is why no survival mode for this playthrough. Which is why in a lot of the what? Okay, no, that is really annoying. It's jagged like that when I turn. I don't know why. It's okay when I'm looking up, but as soon as I look down with the trees, it's going nuts. Let's hope it smooths out in a little bit, because that's going to be really annoying. I don't know how bad. It doesn't look too bad on stream, but I tell you what, it looks terrible here. Come on. Yep. Wow, I don't know what's going on. I have been playing around today, trying to see if I could get E and B, whatever that stands for, running. But I wouldn't have thought that would cause all this stuttering like this. I don't know what's going on. I might just need to reboot, to be honest. I have had this in gameplay before in Skyrim, and it tends to smooth out after a while, but this is really bad. Let's quick save, because we haven't done that in a while. Or at all. Come on, Rayloff, tell us about the...
See that ruin up there? Bleak Falls Barrow. I never understood how my sister could stand living in the shadow of that place. I guess you get used to it.
Oh man, this is terrible. Now it feels like it's smoothing out a bit. And then I turn around and... oh no.
These are the Guardian stones. 3 of the 13 ancient standing stones.
Feels like it's the trees more than anything.
Go ahead. See for yourself.
I'm going to go the Mage Stone. So the Arcane Archer stuff that I do... It says in the mod description that using the arcane arrows that you can get does increase destruction. In particular, if you use the fire, frost, or shock, it is supposed to increase destruction. But the only thing I've really noticed in my little test playthrough that I did, which didn't get too far, but the main thing that I noticed was that I got increases in Conjuration. And not much else. I am not hearing the wolves, which is odd. Man, this stuttering is really getting to me. You coming? Okay, I want to really quickly talk to Sven. Get the letter that he wants me to give to Camilla.
Here, give Camilla this letter. It's full of venomous nonsense.
Right. We're going to wait here. Let's grab that axe. I feel like the sound is all screwed up in this as well. The audio. Yeah, the effects are way too loud and I'm not hearing the voice and other stuff. Actually, there's one other thing I want to do in here. The SkyUI mod. I go in here to General and Active Effects on the HUD. I want them to always be visible, so I set that to 0. I don't think there's anything else that I really have a problem with in the SkyUI mod. Run for your lives doesn't really matter. Enhanced, I didn't even realize enhanced blood had. Okay. And a matter of time, I think, is set the way I normally want it anyway. Let's do a full save. Yeah, that matter of time mod up in the top corner there is what I normally have set. Still feel like the voices are really soft, but the background, like the crickets chirping and all that sort of stuff, which could be my tinnitus, but it sounds like it's still really loud. I might put that all the way up and just bring that down even just a little bit further.
Telling when the news from Helgen will reach the Imperials.
Helgen? Has something happened? You're right. Follow me. Paul, come here a minute. I need your help with something.
Sven drunk on the job again?
Okay. So we're just going to stand over here and wait for all of this to sort itself out. Yep. Okay. So I do have to go and get some firewood, at least 1 or 2 pieces of firewood, so that I can make the bow that I want to make. Although I can't use that bow yet, I don't think. It depends on what spells I can buy at the Riverwood Trader. We'll have to see. I'll mention it when we go into the Riverwood Trader in a minute.
That's right. Don't worry, Uncle Raylo.
Okay. That's what I haven't done. I haven't,
Pretty well done in. I can't remember when I last
haven't checked the rewards queue. Yeah, good. We don't have anything in the queue. But I need to have that
ambushed us outside Darkwater Cross.
up on the screen somewhere.
They knew exactly where we'd be. That was 2 days ago now. We stopped in Helgen this morning. I thought it was all
I may need to redo my bash patch mod and disable some of the audio patches that it does, because I think it's screwed all of the sound levels up and just the background sounds are way too high. And these voices just generally are way too soft. I mean, I've got that voice volume at full. And I still feel like the music and the effects is drowned out by the voice.
Live.
I can hardly believe it myself. And I was there.
Okay, while they're yapping for the minute, actually no, I better not, because she's going to give me her key in a minute, isn't she?
Really the first to make it?
I was going to go and get the firewood that I needed, but let's get this out of the way.
As far as I know.
Take the couple of things that I want from her. I'm not taking everything. I just want a couple of high value items from her. Excuse me. Then we'll go and get some firewood. Then we'll go to the trader, talk to Camilla, tell her about the plot, buy a few things at the shop, talk to Findel, get the key to his house, raid Gerda's house, sell as much stuff as we can while keeping all of the leather. So I just want the mead because it's worth a lot. I want the healing potions because they're going to help me, and I want the wine and the ring.
For all of us here. The Jarl needs to know if there's a dragon on the... We need to get word to Jarl Balgrup in Whiterun to
Yeah.
send whatever...
We can do that. Okay, so I'll go and raid their house in a sec. Let's come over here and chop ourselves some firewood real quick. So, the Arcane Archer mod, because we're going to go and have a look and see what spells there are. There's a few things that are really interesting about this mod, and the firewood is too much. Okay, that's all right. I think technically I only need one piece of the firewood. So we might... Where is it? We might drop 5 of them. And if it turns out that I need more, I can always come back for those. Yeah, the Arcane Archer mod is interesting because you have to have a specially enchanted bow to use with your enchanted arrows.
I said no. I don't know.
What have you got for sale?
Odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Okay, so amongst his spells, he has good. Arcane Binding is what we're looking for. So this is an ability that we can use to basically, it essentially enchants a bow with the Arcane Binding ability so that you can use Arcane Arrows with it. There is another feature you can use to basically power Arcane Arrows with other spell abilities, but I don't think I'm really going to use it because A, it's a little bit confusing, and B, just doesn't seem all that useful. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell a whole heap of stuff here to him, except for any of these pelts and that firewood. We're going to sell all but one of those. All but one of those. All but one of those. We will sell the rest of them later. Sell that. We can sell one of those. Get rid of all of them. I'm basically going to keep iron arrows as a backup, but you'll see very shortly that I will not actually need them. I'm going to keep that longbow just for the moment, just to be super careful with it. We don't need salt pile, don't need that ring, don't need any of that. Sell that, sell that, sell those two, and we're going to keep that. Okay, so we have 943. That's nice. I just want the spells for the moment. We may come back and grab either a hunter's backpack or, if he has it, a mage's backpack. So we may get one of those later on, but for now all I want is the Arcane Arrow and the Arcane Binding. And I can... Sun Arrow is expensive, but I can afford it at the moment, so let's do that. I probably really can't fully afford it, but what I need to do now is talk to Camilla. Sven wanted to trick you.
Thank you for telling me the truth. Could you...
So now we go and talk to Findle.
I'm not sure you should be...
He is liable to either be... What's the time? 3:44 p.m. Sometimes he's around here in the afternoon. Other times he's walking the town. He can be a little bit hard to find of an afternoon. He may even be in the pub. There he is right there. I don't know where he was. But we're all good.
There's beauty here, unmatched.
Okay.
I appreciate your help. Please, take this.
Follow me.
What can I get for you?
Trade some things with you.
Of course.
Now he has a spare hunting bow, but I don't need it, so I'm just going to take the key to his house
Back home if you need me.
and then let him go. Now let's go raid his house. And again, we're only looking for the high value items. So the wines are always worth it. I don't think you can actually get done for stealing if you take any of the stuff in here after you've made him your companion. I don't think it really matters. A wooden sword. I'm not going to bother with either of those or that pot, to be honest. But you could take them if you were that way inclined. The cheeses are always worth a little bit. And the wines, I'm not bothering about any of the herbs or meats. Or potatoes, I'm not even going to bother looking in that barrel. The horse hide and the gold. We want as much hide as we can get so that we can make a full set of leather armor. So we definitely want those saber cat hides. We want all of that. Not going to bother with anything in there. Where is the axe? There we go. So that is everything we're going to take from Findle. Now let's go into this house, Hod and Gerda's house, and do likewise. Damn it, I missed this. Well, they're not worth very much, but there's some daggers up on top of there in Findle's house. So wines, cheese, that'll do there.
Make yourself at home.
Troll fat is worth a little bit. Actually, the salt pile isn't, so I'm going to leave it. I don't think any of that's really worth it. I'm not going to take any of that. Oh, actually, I'll take the cheese. Take all of the booze on the bottom shelf. Nothing I want in the dresser. Gold and minor magic are there. That book isn't worth anything. The steel dagger is. I'm not going to bother with any of that. We'll take all of the mead, the cheese, and the wine off there. Take those meads. The coins up there. More gold there. What have you got in here? Gold and a wooden sword. Saber cat pelt. Don't want the tunic. Don't want the shoes. Coin purse there. And just a wooden bowl in there. Don't want either of those items. Get the soul gem there and we're done. That, the way he said hey there had me a little worried. Why have I got an assault? I must have hit one of them, one of the good guys by mistake at some point. Okay. So let's...
My sister Camilla or I will be trinkets, odds and ends, that
Yep.
sort of thing.
So all of that. Yep, I'm going to sell the hunting bow. We're going to sell that for the moment. Am I not wearing any armor? I don't think I actually am, you know. No, I mustn't be. Surprised people aren't complaining about it, to be honest. Sell that. Well, I haven't read those books yet. I need to do that before I forget. And that, or before I mistakenly sell them.
I better get back to cleaning the store.
Yeah, I'm not wearing any armor. That's not good. People are going to start complaining very quickly. So let's get all of the leather we're going to need. Now, I think that might be close to enough leather strips to be able to make all of the leather stuff we want. So I need 3 leather strips for the leather armor.
Not too shabby.
I don't want a leather helmet. What do the leather boots need that I don't have? They need 2 leather strips and 2 leather, and they need 1 leather strip, 1 leather and the leather strips, 2 leather strips, whatever it is. So let's put the leather armor on so that people aren't going to freak out. Let's grab another lot of leather. In fact, we're going to grab 2 lots of leather strips. Finish making the boots and the braces. Put them on, boots and braces. Let's kick you off the workbench for a sec.
Whatever you need.
And let's upgrade
Full and strong. I can forge it.
those. There we go. So our armor's all nice and upgraded.
You looking for a new blade? Take a look.
So I want to sell that and that. And that's it. Now, what am I going? How many leather strips do I still have? I have 5. It's not enough. I need 6.
Iron or steel, the finest weapons and armor.
And how much leather do I have? I have 6 leather. I can't remember if it's 1 or 2 leather per pouch. So let's get out of this. Let's just see what it says here if we try and make one of these pouches. It's 4 leather and a leather strip. Okay, so we're not going to get very far at the moment. Let's make the back left. Alright.
I could forge you the finest weapons and armor.
I'm going to need all of your leather and 1 leather strip. I'm also going to want 1 iron ingot and a steel ingot. And then I want to use your forge for a second. And I want to make the comprehensive starter bow, which uses 1 leather strip and 1 firewood. And then, why can I not upgrade that to iron? Is it my skill level? It might be my skill level with the bow. It's not even showing iron as an option. Okay. I'll make do without it. Can I upgrade that? Start a bow with a leather strip. So let's do that. So that's going to be my main weapon to begin with. So let's unfavor that. Let's favor that. And let's select it. So, yes, we bought some more leather, didn't we? So we've done the back left. Let's do the back right. And we can do front left. And we can do front right. We're out of leather strips, so let's make another lot of those. And then we can do side left, and we're out of leather again. Okay. So that's not a huge thing. So let's just come out here for a sec. So we're going to swap over to those. So that's 650 carry weight.
Whatever you... Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit.
So I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. I can sell that. We're good for the rest. Actually... Oh, no, I'll worry about that later. So we have some of these Imperial pouches that we can sell now. Eventually I'm going to make a full bandolier myself, but for the moment I've actually got a full round of pouches all the way around and the bandolier. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. We need to... I didn't use those spells yet, did I? Bang, bang, and bang. Okay. So, in our magic, we're going to favour that, that, and that. Now, Arcane Binding becomes a special ability, like a shout. And you only have to use it once per weapon. But it makes your bow glow blue like that. It doesn't use up charges, so it works forever. So what we're then going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to summon an Arcane Arrow. Or Arcane Arrows, plural. If we go to our inventory now, we have 100 Arcane Arrows, and they're already on our back, ready to go. If we make sure that we put that on our one slot, we can now pull out our bow, and we have Arcane Bow and Arrows ready to go. So they are going to do more damage than regular arrows. The bow itself is the comprehensive bow, so it's technically a little bit more powerful than a standard, your standard entry bows. It looks like a hunting bow, but it's actually doing 10 damage, which I think is a little bit more than... I think that standard hunting bow does like 8 damage or something. Maybe 9 when it's enhanced to fine level like this one is. So we're going to keep an eye out. In fact, we're not going to just keep an eye out. It said detected. Where are they? There is one of them. Is that all of them? It is. Man, this stuttering thing is really getting to me. There's normally 3 wolves around here, though, so I'm a little bit... Did that just return one of my arcane arrows? Maybe it was an iron one. I didn't really notice. There's the 3rd wolf. Right there. Beautiful. Now, you actually don't run out of arcane arrows, even though that says 98. That should tick back to 90 to 100 at some point. Well, it has always previously. I don't know what's going on now if it's not going to do this. I'm going to come back down to the road. Yeah, now it says 99 arcane arrows, and it'll probably generate one more in a second. I think it just repopulates the arrows every few seconds. So we're going to come back and do Embouchard Mine in a minute. How are we going for carry weight? 6 with... Yeah, we got plenty of carry weight. I want to do the camp of guys that are here somewhere, wherever it is. I'm also on the lookout for leather at the moment, so I don't normally do like a lot of hunting of animals, just general animals. I'm not going to bother with that rabbit because they don't give you any fur, but I generally don't just like I do have to be careful because one guy is coming this way. Damn it, and he just dodged.
No one bests at all.
Go. Okay, you're coming this way. Very good. Where are these arrows coming from? Oh, you're up there now, are you? Come on, you're going to have to come back out from around there at some point. Oh, aren't we sneaky? Right. We want that. Oops, where am I going? I want that and that. I always find it easier to come around the back to search that sack, and it's only got potatoes in it, so I don't want those. That book normally gives you some sort of level up. I don't think it's always that. And then you've got all of that. Now, one of these guys will have given me the treasure map. Yes, treasure map. Very good. Let's come back over here. So I don't have enough leather to make another pouch yet. I only need one more pouch. But I do then also want to make the bandolier, which takes a few more pouches, a few more leather and some buckles, which we are going to have to make. Okay. Didn't need to do that. Oh, we got a level 2, of course. Okay, so here's the interesting thing. I want magicka more than anything at the moment, so I'm probably going to go until I get my magicka up around the 200 mark. Maybe even, say, 230, because I've actually got 30 points of bonus magicka at the moment, so I want it sort of unaided to be 200. And then I'm going to start bringing health and magicka level for level, I think. That does make me a little bit vulnerable to begin with, but the thing is that at least with the special arrows, maybe the arcane arrow doesn't. I thought it did, but when I've been shooting the arcane arrow just before, I didn't notice my magicka going down with each shot, which I thought it did. But if, for example, so if I show you, there is also the sun arrow. Now the sun arrow costs a bit to shoot. So you'll notice here. No, that didn't do anything either. Why not? Something funny's going on. They're supposed to use more magicka every time you shoot an arrow. Even that didn't use magicka when it should have. Don't know what's going on there, but let's get the arcane arrow back. There we go. Let's get in here because I want this leather. The venison's just a bonus. I suppose the fox does give a little bit, doesn't it? Okay. No, I didn't have to enable this previously in any menus. See, there's no menu here for the Arcane Archery. I don't know what's different because... Well, actually, the only thing that is different is the bow that I'm using. When I did my test playthrough with this before, I wasn't using this special bow. Might be worthwhile actually trying it out with another bow and just seeing, because maybe this bow just doesn't work properly with the Arcane Archer mod because they're two different mods, so there may be a problem there. I don't recall if there are any other bows in here. Damn it. We'll have a look as we go along. As soon as I find another bow, I'll switch to it and see if it uses magicka. I'm not going to bother taking down these torches. Right. So down here. Take all of that, take all of that. I will take the pickaxe, but I don't think I'm going to bother doing any of the iron this time. I don't really need it. Not going to bother with that book, although I think that book has like an Easter egg in it. I think this story here is actually like a modified story from like The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings or something that was imported in here. I remember seeing something mentioned about that book. I just don't remember what it was. I mean, it's very much abbreviated, but the story there is from something else. So let's just come back here, sneak and wait for these guys. Okay, we will get a bow when we get to the main cavern in this one. There is an archer there. We'll be able to pick up their bow after we kill them, after we killed everybody, basically. And we will be able to fix that. Now, it's also possible that one of the changes that the Bash patch mod that I rebuilt today might have something to do with it. Just do that to get her attention. And then... how did that miss? There we go. And then she's going to come out there. And bang. She's dead. Okay. We come around here. And grab that. I'll grab that. Grab all of those. That would have to be the most useless spell in the game. That clairvoyance. I have never... ah, there's a hunting bow. Okay, let's swap to that hunting bow for a second. Where are we? Hunting. Oh, I had another one there for some reason. No, I don't want to be wearing that. I want to be wearing that. Okay, so got the hunting bow out. Charge it up as an arcane. No, that's still not using magicka. What happens if we do a sun arrow and shoot that? Maybe I've got to shoot someone or something with it. Like you? No. I don't know, something is going wrong with this mod. You were there. Damn it. That's one hit. That's two. Where's the archer? The archer doesn't even know I'm here yet. Go right over his shoulder, bang, and bang. I don't know why this is not using magicka. This is really weird. It should be. No, I don't want to be doing that. Have I taken off my novice hood again as well? God, I don't know how that's... what's going on that I keep taking things off and not realizing them. This is, excuse me, really bugging me at the moment as to why the arcane... because I did another little playthrough. I killed my first dragon using the arcane archery stuff in a test. And everything was fine. What was that he had on his back? Was that the sun arrows? Oh yeah, it was. Because I killed him and he was hit by a sun arrow, it made it look like he was wearing the quiver full of sun arrows on his back. No, I want Arcane, thank you. There we go. Let's put that away. Okay. So let's just grab that. There we go. So it's got me worried that these arrows aren't actually doing all the damage that they're supposed to at the moment if they're not drawing magicka when I use them. It is most peculiar. I'm going to grab all of that and that one on the floor, and I'm going to ignore everything else because I don't want any of it. I think I will yeah, we're back on the comprehensive starter bow rather than the other one. Let's just try something, because the stuttering that I'm getting in the game is really bothering me. So I might just turn off the bashed patch mod for a sec and see if that's what's causing our problems. That's still jerking a little bit. Ah, there we go. It is something to do with the bash patch mod causing problems. I'm going to have to work out what it is though, because I had the bash patch mod working previously. What I might do, this is really bugging me. Sorry guys, but I've got to reboot my streaming PC, I think. This will only take a sec. Let's just see if that gives us better performance. Because, like, you know, how long have been? A couple of hours ago, I was playing the game with no stuttering and no issues. But I spent a little bit of time mucking around trying to get the ENB, or whatever it's called, though. I can't remember what ENB stands for, but it's that thing where you can load in new shaders and stuff, and it all works, supposed to look better and everything. And it just doesn't work very well under Linux, or in fact work at all under Linux. So I had to install a bunch of stuff and then uninstall a bunch of stuff and all that type of thing. Okay, we've rebooted. Let's get that working again. Very good. Let's go back into Skyrim and let's see if it's going to look better this time. Because I don't know how bad it's been looking on the stream, but it's bugging the hell out of me. It's like it's going tick, 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 as you move. It's just really not very smooth at all. I'm wondering if any of the mods... I should check the graphics settings. I'm wondering if any of the mods have turned on like anti-aliasing or something like that. I'm still getting a fairly steady frame rate. But just, you know, every time I look around, it's just chunk, 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 chunk. It's like, no, I can't stand that. That's better. Much better. I mean, there's a little bit of chunkiness, but it's way better than it was. I'll spend some time tomorrow playing around and see if I can get everything to work 100% smoothly. But for now, I'm pretty happy with these settings. And quick check. Yes, the arrows are going to do more damage because they are using magicka now. So I have a few more hides. Let's see what we can do with those. Okay, so how many hides have I got left? What have I got? I've got leather. Where are we? 6 leather. Now I need 4 leather and 1 leather strip to make the side right pouch. So let's do the side right. That's the last of those. Now to make the leather large bandolier, I need 3 buckles, 5 leather strips, and 8 leather. Okay, so if I make up another set of 4 leather strips, then I've got all the leather strips. I just need the buckles, and I'm not going to be able to do all of the buckles because I've only got 1 steel ingot, which makes 2 buckles. So I've got to get another steel ingot off the blacksmith in the morning, unless the Riverwood Trader is always open until you give him back the claw, and then he keeps normal business hours.
Riverwood Trader is everything you need.
So if he has a steel ingot,
Me, I call them treasures.
which he does not. I didn't really expect him to, but, you know. So let's just sell everything that we don't want to him. We don't want that. So that's the hunting bow that we can use with Arcane Arrows. It's, wow, that's actually worth a hell of a lot more. I should apply that same effect to that bow to get more money for it. I'm not going to because, you know, it just feels wrong, but I could do it. Sell those. Jug of milk, I need to keep that. Oh, I do have a side right. Yeah, I just made it, didn't I? Of course. So I don't need that, don't need those, don't need that, don't need that. I don't want the staminas. Get rid of that, get rid of that, that, those, that, those. Ooh, we should go across the road and get the treasure map too. Across the road, across the river. Let's get our level first. So, magicka. Now, I haven't put any points into anything yet. We're definitely going to want points in light armor. So I think I'm actually going to put these first 2 points into light armor, because that's just going to make my light armor even more effective. Alright, now let's go over here and get this treasure and the emerald, and there might actually be some more. We'll keep an eye out for any game, anything that can give us leather. I am still getting the stuttering a little bit, damn it. It seems to be the trees almost. Silver ingot. Don't really want that yet. Couple of bunnies, but I don't want them. The only game that I want is bigger things that can give me actual leather, because bunnies only give you meat. And not much meat at that. Okay, what's going to be the... there's always some sort of random encounter thing up in that area there in the trees. Sometimes it's someone who wants to kill you. Other times it's a dead body like this. And those dead bodies have various notes on them. I think this one is a warning that someone wants to kill her, and then you get a group of bandits ransacked her home, and then the bandits should appear. What did I tell you? There's one all the way over there. Oh man, that is missing by the smallest amount. He's coming around this way. No. Oh man, what am I doing shooting over his head so much? Boom. So that was that encounter. I don't need to sneak anymore really, although if I find any deer, elk, whatever, I will want to sneak a little bit. Get back in the trees again and the juddering gets worse again. Let's come down here and get the emerald. This is your first playthrough. Emerald there amongst that ribcage. It's worth a few hundred gold, so it's always worth getting. I'm coming around this way. This is Anisa's cabin. She's a witch. She will only attack you if you go down into her cellar and find the note that she has talking about how she's going to start a coven of witches. So where are you? There's got to be at least one wolf down here somewhere. And he could see me a minute ago, and I can't see him. He can see me right now. There he is, under the tree. That all just came down to hearing. I really want a deer or something that's going to... because these guys only give you one leather out of this pelt. Whereas deer give you 2 or 3, depending on whether they're deer or elk or moose or whatever. I can never remember which one's a which. Not going to be lucky enough to get any by the looks of it. Thought I was seeing something over there. Got him. Is that the only one? Or was there more in the area? I didn't notice any when I came through here earlier. It was only the rabbits that I saw. Like that little one over there. There often are various deer type creatures around here. Deers, elk, moose, whatever. The rabbits are madly running away from me. There's going to be some crabs around this area too. Usually just up there. Because they're usually in this outflow. Is that some sort of... That is, it's an iron ore vein there. I didn't even know that one was there originally. Yeah, so we've got a crab down there. They're just a nuisance. Is that something? That's... There is a bad guy coming for me, running across the bridge. Where is he? Right there. Oh, he's a fugitive. Damn it! That's an assault. Is he going to come for me or not? Oh, is that the guy that tries to give you... That might be the guy that tries to give you something and then the hunter comes along afterwards and says, did you...
That's the last of...
So if I go and have a look at that body, wherever it was, I don't even see it. There it is. Oh, well, I don't see anything on it, but he might actually say, have you seen this person?
Yeah?
No, he doesn't anymore. So there's another... elk or whatever that is down there. I want his hide. I'm not going to do too many more, because I don't need too many. But if we go a little bit further here, there's usually at least one wolf either up there or in this general area when you first come through. And I'm not seeing the multiple wolves. Normally, there's one. Normally, if there's multiple wolves, they're up here on the road a bit further, and if there's only one wolf, it's up this trail a little bit. Like, it's usually like right about there. So I'm going to assume that that's that wolf normally, and he was lured down by that rabbit. We'll sell that meat, because we don't want that. But we'll take his pelt. Okay. And I did search this, didn't I? Yes, I did. Very good. And there'll be... I'll get the one other wolf in the area who's just up around this trail. And then we'll head back into town. Head back into Riverwood. Guess you can call that town. No, why am I putting that away? I meant to do this. Okay. Now that we are sneaking. And once we killed this wolf, we'll get his hide, and then we'll go and turn all these hides into leather. And then once we get... There we go. Once we get some more steel, we can make all the buckles we need, and we can make our bandolier, and we will be all set. I hope. And then we will go to Whiterun, see the Jarl, get our mission to come back here, and go from there. But the important thing about seeing the Jarl is that we will be able to buy some more spells. And we want at least 2 more spells to round out our Arcane Archer setup. But I'll mention them when we get there. So for now, let's... Okay, we got 8 leather. So let's have another look here. We wanted to make the leather large bandolier. We need 8 leather, 5 strips which we've got. It's just the 3 assorted buckles. And we can make 2 of them right now. Do we have anything else to sell? We have a few things. Let's go and get those sold, so we don't have to worry about them, and it passes a little bit more time before the trader opens. You can... Well, the house building is very limited.
The Riverwood trader is everything you need. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
So yeah, the house building is extremely limited in this game. I have a feeling someone has created a mod for Oblivion that gives you a similar ability to create houses as to what was here in Skyrim. But yeah, out of, you know, off the cuff, the default version of Oblivion, yes, you're right, you cannot make houses, and you can't do any of that crafting stuff. Actually, there's probably a mod that also gives you just regular old crafting as well in Oblivion. I haven't tried to do that. I got 3 iron ingots. Did I have another level? No. Okay, 3 iron ingots. Let's upgrade the pickaxe. and the woodcutter's axe. That way we don't, or we're less likely to sell them by mistake. And we can't make the next bow yet. We need to increase our archery skill to make the next bow. So that's fine. I am going to take a quick break while we wait for sun up, so that, well, 8 o'clock in the morning, so that we can get a trader. So hang on, I'll be right back. Yeah, I haven't tried any of those building mods in Oblivion either. I'm happy enough with the ability in here to own houses and buy them and build houses and upgrade and all that sort of stuff. I just don't always do it. And sometimes I'll just take like the house in Whiterun, because it's the first house you can get. Excuse me, it's actually pretty cheap, and it's fairly easy to get it set up and get, you know, a decent amount of storage in there, and then you've got some place you can always go back to store stuff and sleep and all that sort of stuff. So I tend to stick with that one most of the time if I'm not, you know, playing some of the other things. So for example, I've bought the house at Falkreath, the land at Falkreath that you can build a house on, and I've done all of that and tried all the different options on that. I haven't tried many of the other houses around, mostly because it's always pretty involved to get the permission to be able to do that in the other cities. Whereas the Windhelm one is like the default one that comes easily to you because it's part of the main quest line. You basically get it.
Until next time.
Yeah. Look, there we go. What do you got for sale?
Finest weapons and armor.
All I need from you is one more steel ingot. Thank you very much. There we go.
Good day.
And then we will make 2 more buckles, and then we will come over here and we will kick you off the tanning rack. Oh, actually, I think I want one more. So large leather bandolier, we want that, but I need one more leather to be able to upgrade that and make it the
I could afford blades. Pretty much anything to suit
make
your
it the one
needs.
with the large shoulder pad. There we go. So let's put that on. There's our full carrying capacity. Very, very good. So we're going to sell that, and then we're going to break that down for the enchantment on it. So let's come in here. Let's sell the last few things. I haven't tried the house in Morthal before, mostly because there are a bunch of cannibals up there, and not all that interested in living in the area. I find that area even more dangerous. You think Falkreath is dangerous. Morthal is way more dangerous because you've got way more of the Forsaken up there. It's just like, you know, every place you go is a little Forsaken stronghold. You can't walk down the street without getting attacked by Forsaken in Morthal. So, oh no, hang on, I'm thinking Markarth, aren't I? Not Morthal. Yes, I'm thinking Markarth. You're thinking Morthal up here. I didn't even know you could get a house in Morthal. Too cold in Morthal, though. I'd much rather be in Whiterun. Anyway, off to Whiterun. Now I feel like the sound is just way too low in general. Yeah, that's a little better. Maybe a bit too much, but still. Man, Bashed Patch really does screw some things around. Gonna have to do some tweaking with that tomorrow to get it to run a bit smoother. Giants. The giants aren't really in Falkreath. You know, that's Falkreath down there. Most of the giants are up here. You know, they're around Whiterun and through here. You've got that one up there. I can't think of the name of that place. The horse thief at the start of the game comes from there. And it starts with F as well, but I can't think of it. That's where all the giants are. Farkarth? No, Markarth. I can't think where he comes from. I'll be able to get it on the map later. Do I help with the giant down here? Yeah, I guess I will. Get my bow out. I've only got to hit him once. And I should be able to do that from about here. There we go. That's enough to make them think that I'm pretty hot shit. There we go. And he's done.
You handle yourself well. You could make for a decent shield, brother. An order, and we show up to solve problem. Not for me, the old man. If you go to him.
Okay. Not too interested in doing that in this playthrough, though. if there was a light version of the wolf armor that you could get. I don't think there is though, but if there was, I would, I would do it so that I could get that. I want to go and just uncover those 2 farms and then come back and go that way, but I also want to go over this bridge here and take out that guy. Actually, I might even be able to get him from here. Nope. Oh. No, he's coming. Is he coming this way again? Where are you going? Oh, come on. I am missing by millimeters. Got him. I only get rid of him because he's a nuisance, and sometimes he sneaks up behind you when you're in this area. So where is he? Oh, there he is. There we are. Okay. The giants that come to get your cattle, it's sort of like the edge of Falkreath, because Falkreath sort of, the northern border of Falkreath is this road here, and you can often see people walking along this section of road here, taking their cattle to the giants, because the giants live up in this area. I think occasionally you'll see someone walking along this road, taking their cattle up that way. I more often see them walking along this road or this one, taking their cattle, and sometimes even along this one to take their cattle out to the giants, because there are a few giants up here as well. But most of the giants, there's like giants around that pool there, and there's giants all in this area here, including around that water supply there and there. And along this mountain range here, I think there's a couple of, because there's one group of giants that live just up the hill here or here somewhere. I think it's there. But yeah, I know the people that you're talking about. Well, see, Bashed Patch isn't necessarily, might not be necessarily needed, but what I'm learning about Bash Patch just from using it is that while it builds its own mod that can do multiple things, that's pretty straightforward. But part of that is there's a whole bunch of options that you can turn on or off. So, for example, the quick save message on the screen and the autosave messages on the screen. You can standardize the text for things like like mine and open and grab and all of those sorts of things. When you're interacting with the world around you, you can actually, and you can change them. That's the thing. I'm almost tempted to actually point this out. But you can change a lot of settings as well. So, for example, there is a default amount of time normally that the game pauses after you die before it will automatically reload the last save. With Bashed Patch, you can customize that to say exactly how long you want it to pause for. you can customize like a whole heap of stuff, like how much the bounty is for murdering somebody or for stealing something. Bash Patch allows you to modify a lot of that. Now, some of that stuff might already be available in the Skyrim INI files. I'm not entirely sure. But just from having a look at Bash Patch, I can see all of those options just sitting there in Bash Patch when you go through. And you can complete there's some options in there that you can just completely customize and put your own values in for. And there's a bunch of just little fixes when you go through all of the lists in the bashed patch. Some of the things, that's why it actually takes a bit of time to look at them all and understand them all, because some of them are just, this is the default setting. You probably should just click yes on, click on it to apply it, and it'll just stay as the default setting and everything will be fine. But others are actual patches, fixes that bashed patch is implementing, and they're really useful to turn on, even if you didn't want to turn on some of the other things. Some of those are actually probably worthwhile. I don't think I've got anything to sell to you. I do have, I got all of my gear set up the way I want it, don't I? How are we actually looking? I wish the leather armor was actually like pants and not a kilt. This is one of the few times that I've actually noticed it, because a lot of the characters that I play, a lot of the time when I play as a human, I'm wearing heavy armor, not light armor, and the times when I am using light armor, I'm often playing as an Argonian or a Khajiit, and it's not as noticeable. But my knees and my upper arms are very noticeably bare now that I see this. It's strange. Anyway. How much money do we have? Plenty of gold. Okay. Because one of my big objectives here is to buy some more spells from Farengar.
Official business only.
River Ward calls for aid. Very good. It's 11 in the morning. Hurry up. Open it up for me. Come on. There we go. G'day, Arbiter. How you doing?
We'll pay whatever it takes, but we
I might go this way for once. I don't normally go up this way to get to Dragon's Reach, but it is sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
I know your family's honor is important.
walk among the stars.
Cheers, Arbiter. Right.
Nothing?
What's the meaning of this interruption? Well, that explains why the guards let you in.
More information.
Come on.
I just...
Think very carefully about your next move.
So, you were at Helgen. You saw this dragon with your own eyes?
Yep.
Sir Irileth was right. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls against the dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If that dragon is lurking in the mountains...
The Jarl of Falkreath will view that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should not...
Enough! I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative. You've done Whiterun a service. I won't forget it. Here, take this as a small token of my esteem. There is another thing you could do for me. Suitable for someone of your particular talents, perhaps. Come, let's go find Farengar, my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and rumors of dragons.
Okay. So, before we talk to Farengar, let's do this. So, we're going to break down, where is it? Imperial pouches. That gets rid of all of our normal pouches and stuff. We didn't buy a backpack then. Interesting. So that's regenerate magic of 75%. We'll do that one. Those robes regenerate magic of 53%, but they're actually worth more. So let's do that. Let's do... I hate how you got to click OK after each one of those. It slows down the process so much. I don't want to do... Excuse me, I don't want to do the novice hood, and I don't want to break down that at the moment. I don't need it, really. But we also got ourselves a level. So
the Jarl thinks
okay, we got to do this first.
Oh yes, he must be referring to my Yes. Well, when I say fetch, you see, one sure but I began to search. I go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt. So, you wish to master the
Okay, now, we already have Arcane Arrows and Arcane Binding. I could get Arcane Sigil Trap. So what that does is it's an extra effect we can apply to our Arcane Arrows, which allow them to do a soul trap. Very nice. Not going to get it yet. I want Candlelight. I don't know whether to get Conjure Familiar and Flame Atronach or not. It's going to be really hard to use those spells effectively. I think what I'm going to do, I'm not going to buy the Flame Arrow or Sigil, or the Frost Arrow or Sigil. I'm just going to buy Lightning Bolt and Lightning Ruin. I'm going to buy... this is a really important one. This is probably the most important thing you buy as an Arcane Archer. Buy the Quick Cast Preparation. I'll show you what that does in a minute. And then I want to buy Shock Arrow and Shock Sigil. I've already got Spark. I've got all the other ones. I got Stone Arrow. I'm not going to buy that one yet, but I could afford to. I want Unlock, though, as well. Was there anything else? No. There's nothing else that I really... where is it? Fast healing. Let's grab that. Okay.
You know, if you've got the aptitude,
so we're all good. Let's learn all of these spells, and then I'll show you what the new ones, damn it, are all about. I just used a potion, I didn't mean to. So we'll quick save. Now, hang on, let's do our level up first. More Magicka still. We are going to put a point into Archery, because that might allow us to upgrade our bow. Now, magic. We want to favour Candlelight and Fast Healing. Lightning Bolt and Lightning Runes. Quick Cast Preparation we don't need to do. Shock Charge we will do. And Summon Shock Arrow and Unlock. So what Quick Cast Preparation does, and it's a little bit cheaty, but when we cast this spell, it's going to look through our current spell list and find all of the arcane archery spells that summon arrows. So we've got Summon Arcane Arrow, Summon Shock Arrow, Summon Sun Arrow, and then I think we've got the Shock Sigil one. Okay, so when we cast this spell, it's going to create potions that weigh nothing. It's going to create 100 of each of them in our inventory that we can hotkey to be able to cast those spells with a bow in our hand. Let me show you. So I've got that spell in my left hand at the moment. Bang. So what we now find is that I've got these potions. Quick Cast Arcane Arrow, Shock Arrow, Shock Sigil Charge, and Sun Arrow. So what I can do is at any time in the game, if I've currently got Arcane Arrows and I've got my hands full with my bow, I can go... Well, actually, I want to quick... I want to favour all of these. Right, so then I can just go into here and say, okay, let's switch to Shock Arrows. Click that. It has just cast the spell to summon my Shock Arrows. Now I've got Shock Arrows on my back rather than Arcane Arrows. It tells me down there, Shock Arrow. And it does a Shock Arrow. Beautiful. So as I said, it's a little bit cheaty, but it's a way of getting around that ability or that inability to cast spells when there's a bow in your hand. It doesn't do it with any other spells. I think there might be some mods, I have to look into it, but I think there might be some mods that extend that ability to other spells. Because if I could do that, I would create those quick use potions to cast the summoning spells as well. And that would make this character like 1000% OP, in my opinion, because I could have my bow out and I could very quickly just summon, summon a wolf companion, summon a flame Atronox or whatever, and switch my arrows around as quickly as I want. There is a 2-second delay in the casting of that spell, which is built into the spell in all situations anyway. And yeah, it just makes it really nice as an arcane archer to be able to control your arcane arrows. So I don't have that ability to do with summons, but it would be really nice if I did, because that would mean I could do a summon of a companion without having to worry about dropping my bow. Now, the biggest problem, we will see this in a minute. Do I really need to sell? We've got so much carry weight. No, let's just go there. So the big... It's not an issue, but the big thing that's going to happen with this is that the arcane arrows that you've got of the various types, they will despawn if you get too low in magicka. I don't know if it's if your magicka runs out or if your magicka just gets too low. I think it might be if there's not enough magicka left to summon another arrow and you try and summon an arrow, it will the arrows will despawn. So that is something to be aware of. What else do we have here? We're going to sell that. And these potions are worth nothing, so there's no sense in trying to sell them. I don't need that, and I don't need that anymore. Oh, and I technically don't need that either. You will probably have a handful of lockpicks, so we might grab those. You've got a lockpick. Okay, we'll grab that. I don't need anything else from you.
I better get back to cleaning this.
What was I thinking? Oh, backpack. Yes, backpack. What did you have in the way of backpacks?
My sister can.
I think you had a mage backpack. Are they not under that? Let's just do the full lot. I thought you had backpacks last time I was here. You got the leather backpack with the bedroll. I was positive you had a mage's backpack. Now you've only got a leather one. I thought you had a hunter's one too. Well, we'll just take it. It's even more carrying capacity, which technically we don't need. Let me just... I don't have a backpack, do I? No. I don't really need it, to be honest. Do I?
Damn thieves. As if things weren't bad enough.
See how we go without it. That's right. I wanted to come over here and see if I can upgrade my bow yet. I can. I can go to the Iron Comprehensive Bow. Very nice. So that'll be a little bit more damage. I can make the backpacks once I get some corundium. Do I need to Yeah, I do need to favorite that bow now that it's been upgraded. And that will mean I need to put it on the 1 again. There we go. All good. Is it on my... No. Get it out. Wonderful. Okay. Let's head to Bleak Falls Barrow. And once we get to Bleak Falls... Like, right now, I don't need to do anything. Which lot of arrows do I have at the moment, actually? I think I have shock. Yeah. We'll give those a try. They use way more magicka than standard arcane arrows do, so you really have to be careful when using some of those. Now, I believe the destruction perks that reduce the amount of damage... Sorry, reduce the amount of magicka for... various levels of destruction spell will decrease the amount of magicka that is required to cast those spells, cast those arrows, but I'm not entirely sure because you don't get a good read. It doesn't say that it uses 12 magicka or whatever every time you shoot it, so you don't really know. Let's get the bow out. I don't need to sneak just yet, but when I get to these rocks just here, I'm going to start sneaking. Actually, I'll start now. I'm not going to shoot until I get to this second little rocks near the tree, I don't think. Right. That was a strange kill cam. Can I get you to stop somewhere so that I can shoot you? Sure, that'll do. Ooh, I thought that was going to miss. I really did. I thought I'd gone a little bit to the right on that shot. I don't think the guy who's up there can technically see me. Because I don't think he ever really looks out of that little hole there. Did you fall down there? Where did you go? must have. Yeah, there you are. And you've still got the shock arrows sticking out of you. Coin purse. Yeah, I sort of do feel like maybe, I don't know. I definitely feel that as a Dragonborn, you are, if you go and spend the time to grab all of the, you know, or a lot of the good shouts anyway, and if you remember to use them, and that's my biggest problem, is never remembered to use the damn things. But some of them can be pretty damn powerful. And so, yeah, I do sort of feel like there should have been... I mean, sure, you've got to go through an entire dungeon every time to get most of the shouts. And... I don't know. I would just like... I don't know, I sort of feel like I'd like there to be a way to play the game without getting any dragon shouts. I mean, apart from the fact that there is a couple of times in the game where you have to use dragon shouts. Right? You could certainly do a playthrough where the only time you actually use any dragon shouts is when the game forces you to. And, you know, it wouldn't... I don't feel like, you know, there's no way to get through the game if you don't use the shouts. But I do like the fact that in, like, Oblivion, while you are a hero and you do a lot to save the world, there are, like, anytime you're in combat, Martin really kicks butt as well. I think, now, just sort of thinking back on it right now, I think one of the things that I would have liked to have seen... Oh, damn it. I would have liked it to have been a little more obvious that there were a few other people, not just you and Martin, because, like, you know, towards the end of that playthrough yesterday, and even, you know, the couple of days beforehand, there's a couple of times where you're out and about and there's other people with you, other people around you. Oh, that only just missed. There's a couple of other times when there's other people around you and they are... they're in combat as well. There we go. There's other times when there's other people around you. Like, yeah, it seems like the only people that are... And it's to do with the fact that, you know, there's certain characters that they make that, you know, cannot die sort of thing, except in certain circumstances. And there are other characters that are just allowed to die if you don't keep them alive, and I understand all of that. But it just feels like it would have been nice if there were a few more people that were sort of just as powerful, so that you didn't You didn't feel like you were the only person that was holding the Empire together at that point. I don't know why I feel like that, but because it does make it feel a little bit like it does in this game, where, you know, in this you do feel a lot of the time like, you know, you're an adult and everyone else are the children, right? And while there are a few other adults around that are, you know, of a comparable level to you, they're the bosses. You know, your boss fights, right? Everybody else is, you know, a bunch of children most of the time, and the fights are not that hard. But also, if they're on your side, they're really not a lot of help. That's why I'm interested to see this Civil War thing and how it goes, because I suppose I did see it when I was playing. I did a few episodes on the Imperial side of the Civil War, and one of the things I noticed there was when we ran through a dungeon, there was a whole group of us that ran through. Oh, I got no arrows equipped. I must have run very low on mana and ran out of mana, so I couldn't cast any more shock arrows. Let's just use normal arrows for these guys. Gotta love how you teleport like that. No, that's not going to do it. But that is smack through the heart. Boom. Yeah, it just, a lot of the time in the main quest line of this game, it feels like nobody else, even you know, troops in large numbers, cannot accomplish things that you can do by yourself. And there's a little bit of that in Oblivion as well, but they sort of overcome it in a way because, you know, once you show the other troops that it is possible to take out a gate by fighting your way through to the tower and grabbing the sigil stone, and they go, okay, well, yep, we can handle that now. We might not be able to do it one-on-one like you can, but, you know, we'll get a bunch of us together and we'll go through and we'll do that. And so it does feel a little bit better in that situation, but in this, it just feels like nobody else is able to. I suppose in your first dragon fight it's not quite so bad. There are other troops there and they do help out a fair bit, but for most of this, even if you have a companion, it mostly has this feeling of nobody else is able to do the job, so you've got to end up doing it all yourself. And so that's how we handle close-up combat with this build. We fall back on magic and just zap them until they die. Okay. And we open that, come up here, grab the potion, because it's the only thing that's really worth it. Actually, I'm going to go back to this because quite often those rats or whatever they're called, down the skeevers down the stairs, they come up at inopportune times. So it's easier to zap them rather than just easier to sort of melee them, if you will, rather than shoot them with an arrow. In this case, that was easier again. Level up. We want more magicka. What else? Can I put another point into archery? I can. Would I be better off putting it somewhere else? I might. I've already done a couple of points in light armor, so I can't put any more in there at the moment. Destruction and Conjuration are the next two that's probably going to be useful. Let's put a point in Destruction. And next time, Conjuration and maybe restoration as well. Ooh. Is my bow not... I wonder how it lost its arcane binding. It's not supposed to. It's very weird. Come on. There we go. What have you got? Nothing. Okay, we've got to blow a hole through that. So let's put a couple of arrows in it. Let's get our shock arrows going. And actually, I have never played around with the charge signal. Let's see what that does to that guy. Didn't really seem to do a hell of a lot. I don't know what it was supposed to do. No more magicka, no more arrows equipped. So I need to... This is where it gets interesting, because as soon as you run out of magicka, you run out of arrows. There we go. Oh, shush you. I want to go back to that and then just get... Actually, get sun arrows out, because we're coming into the undead portion of this. We definitely need to start doing sun damage to these guys. Okay, so he's out of there. He's going to stop whinging now. What's in the urn? There we go. No, the undead in this... Well... There are some bigger undead later on. You get these... I think they're called dreadlords or something. These guys, they use shouts. They... and they're pretty powerful. So at some point, the Draugr could get worse. But then again, they're not the zombies that you were used to seeing in Oblivion. They are actually Draugr, which is potentially a different thing. Getting really low on magicka. Did we just lose all of our arrows because of that? Yeah, we did. So we're going to wait here a minute and get some magicka back so that we can cast some more sun arrows. But that's okay, because there's no more enemies immediately here. Did what's-his-face make it through? Looks like he did. That's rare. It's rare for that thief guy to make his way through this trap, and he must have made it past... Oh, no, he didn't make it past him. There he is there. Oh, there are Draugr in the Morrowind DLC, is there? Okay. Right, so we got all of that. Come over here. And... there's there's that guy there, so he's dead. There is... Oop, somehow I missed him. Didn't miss him. I got him. I think that's everyone. Don't want any of that. I'll just take the gold, I think. The bound iron shield really isn't worth all that much. Yeah, I'll take all of that. Hide boots don't weigh a lot. What have you got? Some more gold. Nothing I want. Ooh, or calcium ingot. That's very nice. That will actually... No, it's corundium I need, not all calcium. With a corundium ingot I can make a backpack. I don't know why it requires corundium, but it does. It's a waste of magicka, but anyway. Oh, hang on, I'm using the wrong spell for that, aren't I? That's what I want on number 8. There we go. Very good. Give it a second for some magicka to come back. Actually, I'm interested. Can I switch to my iron arrows? Or if I switch to my iron arrows, do I lose my sun arrows? I do not. So I can then do that. And then I can switch back to my sun arrows. And be ready to go. I did search you, didn't I? I did. Right, so there's going to be you there, and then you there. I always thought there was a third one here, but the last time I did this there wasn't, so maybe I've been miscalculating. Okay. Get that magicka back. Line up the shot here. Come on. In the chest, bunch of goodies. Away we go. It's probably quicker to go through the water there. Back to sneaking. Yep, take all of that. Boop. Hey, another level up. Keep going up with the magicka because my arrows cost so much. Let's do the conjuration there. So yeah, the only thing I've noticed about this mod is it doesn't feel like my understanding is that like the spells I'm using to get these arrows are definitely conjuration spells, right? You know, that's a destruction spell, but these ones are conjuration. But my understanding is that, or I thought anyway, that using them normally increased my destruction, but it actually seems to increase your conjuration more than your destruction. I need to keep an eye on it though. But I'm concerned that neither of the skills are really going up all that much, because I'm not swapping arrow types all the time. I'm generally keeping like one type of arrow for most of a dungeon, and then just swapping out as I need to. Like here, I know that most of the opponents that I'm coming across are going to be Draugr, so I'm going to want to use my sun arrows on them. Except on situations like that when... Come on. There we go. So yeah, most of the time I'm not switching arrow types a lot. Because there's usually not a huge like variety. You don't go into a dungeon and get like both Draugr and normal opponents. Not a lot where there's mixes. And so I think like initially in this I'm going to be using the Arcane Arrows mostly, switching to the Shock Arrows when I feel like I need a bit of extra oomph. I can't believe I just got through that without getting hit. Let's take out that just because we can. I think one of the guys is going to come and investigate. And I can kill him. And I can kill him. And that's all of them. But just because I'm the way I am, I want to take all of those down. So while those are burning, I'll come and grab that. You don't have anything I want. Nor do you. I'll take the soul gem, but that's all I need out of that. One, two, three. I've done this so many times that I know this one off by heart. You just got to turn both of those, all three of those wheels twice, and you get through it. I was looking on Nexus mod earlier under the Skyrim Special Edition, and the featured mod for the day was a mod, and it said in its description, no one really wants or needs this mod, but here it is anyway. And it was a mod that automatically opened up the Dragon Claw doors. Excuse me. So you didn't have to know the combination. I think you still had to have the Dragon Claw, but you didn't have to know the combination. You could just go up to the door and apply the claw and it would work. And it's like, yeah, come on, it's not that hard. You know, it's on the claw itself. But I suppose if you're super lazy, then sure. Actually, we'll go this way. We'll do this first. Let's get the bow out. Let's double check we've still got our sun arrows. Yep. Too easy. Grab that, grab that. Put the bow away because we don't need it anymore. Come over here, grab this chest. 5 gold. Yippee, we're rich. We have 5 gold. Okay. Back to Riverwood, but the trader will still be open because he hasn't got his claw back yet, so that will be handy. No, yeah. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was a corundium ingot I picked up earlier or not. I don't know if I can really answer that. I don't.
The Riverwood Trader is everything you need in a general store.
Are the rewards better? I said at the end of the stream last night that I wasn't really sure why, but for some reason I do keep wanting to come back and play more Skyrim. But I don't necessarily feel like I want to go back and... Like, I know there are quest lines that I haven't done in Oblivion. I didn't ever finish the Mage Guild quest lines. And I'm sure there are other sort of major quest lines there. And I don't have this compulsion to 100% complete Skyrim, but there is something that keeps drawing me back to Skyrim, and I don't know what it is. And it may just be little subtle things, like maybe there is better rewards on some of the quests. I don't know. Because remember, in some of the quests in Skyrim, you're getting shouts by completing them, by getting to the walls, the word walls. So that is an added incentive to do some of those, not quests, but some of the, you can get them as quests if you go up to High Hrothgar and ask them to where's the next quest, where's the next word, they'll tell you. But yeah, I don't know. I don't feel definitively like there is better rewards. Don't know. Because, I mean, the sigil stones that you get from closing an Oblivion gate have uses as well. You can use those to enchant gear. But for the longest time, I just kept them all and really didn't do much with them. Even though I knew that I could. No, don't get rid of the iron arrows. They're backups in case we screw up and run out of Manichika and can't summon any more arrows. I got a minor health ring and a ring of minor sneaking. I'm not relying on sneak. I mean, I'm using it, but I'm not wanting to specialize in it. How so, David? How does oh, Morrowind. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about Morrowind. Disenchant that. I might wear that one. Minor health. Got a whole bunch of keys. Some spare iron arrows. That axe that we're going to break down. I want to see if I can upgrade my bow to steel. Disenchant that. Couple of torches which I don't need, which I'm just going to drop in here and tick him off by leaving more junk in his shop. Can we upgrade the bow? We cannot. Okay. I'm going to keep that ingot on me though, because that will be useful. Might as well fast travel. Don't need to run all the way there.
You see, the terminology is clearly First Era or even earlier. I'm convinced it's a copy of a older text, perhaps dating to just after the Dragon War. If so, I could use this to cross-reference it with other later texts.
Good. I'm glad you're making progress.
Ah,
my employers.
The Dragon Stone of Bleak Falls Barrow. So your information was correct after all. And we have our friend here.
Wait for me.
I never noticed before. I'd never actually come out. Like, that's a subtle little thing that just happened there. I don't know if you heard that. Is it Irilith? Yeah, I think it's Irilith. As she was coming up the stairs, there was another guard running up in front of her. And she called out to him, "Wait for me." Right? And there he is there. Or maybe that's him there. And he's waiting for her. So she actually told him to wait. He's the guard that's going to tell us what happened. I'd never heard her say that to him before. Okay. I'm going to come around here. Just going to click on all of these because these show you all the different locations that are controlled by both sides on the map. So as you can see, the western half of the map is all Imperial except for Whiterun. You know, you got this fort here, you got Imperials in Helgen, in Falkreath, Fort Sunguard. Rorikstead is the name of the place. I thought it was started with an R. Rorikstead is the name of the place where that thief comes from. And that's Fort Greymore, which is the one just down the road from us and all of these. And then we've got these locations here. If you just click on each one of them, it puts them on your map for you. Right.
Good. Don't fail me. There's no time to stand on ceremony, my friend. I need your help again. I want you to go with Irileth and help her fight this dragon. You survived Helgen, so you have more experience with dragons than anyone else here. But I haven't forgotten the service you did for me in retrieving the dragon stone for Farengar. As a token of my esteem, I have instructed Avenici that you are now permitted to purchase property in the city. And please, accept this gift from my personal armory.
What is it? Studded armor of the Squire.
No.
Okay. That's actually going to be interesting, because armor of the Squire increases light armor skill. So my current armor rating is 68 with the armor that I've got on. And if I put that on, it says I'm going to go back to 60, but I in fact go to 65. Well, that's interesting, because what I want to do is break that down immediately, because I could then put that enchantment on other armor that is better than that, such as my current leather armor. So there we go. Very good. And is that going to give me my level? Oh, come on. Do I have... I don't even have any soul gems. Oh, well, okay. We're not going to get a level. How much money do I have? Not enough. It's 5,000 for the house in the city, I think. Have fun with Irilith's little pep talk, guys. And yes, you are so dead. Okay, so the only thing that's a little bit annoying here is I actually don't feel like the bow is that good a weapon against the dragons. Mostly because it is incredibly hard. Like, I have killed a large number of dragons in this game over the time, and I've done a fair few of them with a bow in my hand. And until they land, it is almost impossible to hit them in flight with an arrow. But using spells, for example, lightning bolts, you can get them on the wing. And so I'm almost tempted to not use, even though I've got shock arrows, which I definitely feel like I should be using, I almost feel like I should at some point in this get rid of the bow and instead fall back purely on spells.
No signs of any dragon right now.
Because the thing is that in particular, the lightning spells, they are instant. There's no travel time for the lightning bolt. It hits straight away, as long as you're aiming correctly. So you don't have to lead the target or anything like that, like you do with a bow or with a fireball or an ice shard or anything like that. You know, like, I feel like that should have been really close to hitting him. But it is going to be... Like, he flies so quick that you have to lead so much in advance, and it's only once he lands that it's worthwhile even shooting arrows at him. And right now, those arrows are doing so little damage that I'm going to switch, or they're using so much magicka, sorry, that I'm going to switch back to the regular arcanes. And then I'm going to drink some potions to get back as much of my magicka as I can. And in fact, let's... Wow, I got a level up. I was going to heal, but no, don't. Just do that, and you'll get instant magicka and instant... what's the name? So, I can't do any... Can I... I can get destruction dual casting. Beautiful. Let's go to that. Let's dual cast lightning bolt. Where is he? Oh, you're kidding me. I need that much magicka to dual cast lightning bolt? Did I? No. I am so low on magicka right now that I really can't do much to him. I don't feel. And the problem is, I really don't have much in the way of magicka regen potions. Let's use the last of it on him. Let's get my bow out, and I guess we're going to switch to regular iron arrows and finish him off like that with a shot up the bum. Okay. So, yeah, this is... I mean, the Arcane Archer is working well for me, but oh man, is it heavy on magicka. Wrong button. Okay, I'm not going to hang around to talk to these guys. There's really nothing worthwhile. We've got all of our magicka back, so let's get Arcane Arrows queued up so we don't have to worry about using iron arrows next time. I'm just doing it this way by running back rather than fast traveling, so that I can fast travel all the way up to, excuse me, Dragon Reach in one go. They're going to say it? They're right there. Pretty sure that's it would be good if, like, you saw a puff of cloud just, like, disappear as the shout went out. That would be a nice little sort of side effect, that the shout is that powerful that it just temporarily blew all the cloud away from the side of the mountain. Because, you know, it probably would do that. If you could shout that loud that it could be heard that far away. Oh, and then I forgot to quick travel. Ooh, the Axe of Whiterun is going to be a one-handed axe.
The Greybeards.
We were just talking about you. My brother needs a word with you.
So what happened at the watchtower? Was the dragon there? Dragonborn. So it's true. Masters of the way of the voice. The Dragonborn. If you really are Dragonborn,
Hear the thundering
they can
sounds as
teach you
return
how
to
to
Whiterun.
use your gift.
That was the voice of the Greybeards, summoning you to High Hrothgar. This hasn't happened in centuries, at least. Not since Tibeseptid himself was summoned when he was still Talos of Agora.
Rungar, calm yourself. What does any of this Nord nonsense have to do with our friend here? Capable as he may be, I don't see any signs of him being this, what, Dragonborn?
Nord nonsense? Why, you puffed up ignorant. These are our sacred traditions that go back to the founding of the First Empire.
Rongar, don't be so hard on Avenich.
I meant no disrespect, of course. It's just that, what do these Greybeards want with him?
That's the Greybeard's business, not ours. Whatever happened when you killed that dragon, it revealed something in you, and the Greybeards heard it. If they think you're Dragonborn, who are we to argue? You'd better get up to High Hrothgar immediately. There's no refusing the summons of the Greybeards.
Excuse me.
I envy you know? To climb the 7,000 steps again. I made the pilgrimage once. Did you know that? High Hrothgar is a very peaceful place. Very disconnected from the troubles of this world. I wonder that the Greybeards even notice what's going on down here. They haven't seemed to care before. No matter. Go to High Hrothgar. Learn what the Greybeards can teach you. You've done a great service for me and my city, Dragonborn. By my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of Whiterun. It's the greatest honor that's within my power to grant. I assign you Lydia as a personal housecarl, and this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify my guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them to think you're part of the common rabble, now would we? We are honored to have you as Thane of our city, Dragonborn. Back to business, Proventus. We still have a city to defend.
Yes, my lord.
So, Axe of Whiterun, Undead Flea. Yeah, don't want that. Probably just going to disenchant it. There we go. Did I? No, just the dragon scales. Right, so... it is 5,000 for this house in the city, isn't it?
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as
Yeah.
steward.
Looking for work.
Jarl has put out a bounty on some bandits.
Oh, Valthium Towers. Beautiful. It's just what I want.
The Jarl has appointed me to be your housecarl.
Wonderful. Wait here for me. I'll get a house soon. And then you can carl that house up as much as you want. Yeah, we'll sell a couple of things. I need more potions of magicka. So we're going to have to get those from the alchemy store here. Thankfully everything is open. So that is good.
Got a pretty full stock of potions and alchemy reagents. Pardon me. Take a look.
Yeah, I'll take those. It's not many, it's not great, but I will take those. All done. Let's see what you have got, Bellathor.
Welcome to Bellathor's General Goods. Welcome indeed. Everything's for sale, man. Take a look.
You got an adventurer's backpack, and you have a mage's backpack with bedroll. Yeah, I don't really like the ones with bedrolls, but I'm going to take that because that's going to be useful. So let's sell the dragon bones and scales. Sell that. We will sell that and that.
Come back.
And then we're going to go into the tavern. See if they've got any bounties.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the coat. If it's work you need, how about chopping up some wood for the fires?
No, you don't have any. Strange, they sometimes do. They don't always, though. So, we've got to go and do that. There's also another dungeon there. And there's a bad guy on the hill there. And there's a bunch of Stormcloaks there. Okay, so we can't... Well, we can fast travel, actually. Let's do that. Let's just fast travel to the brewery. Okay, bow out. Haven't saved in a while, but I'm concerned about this horse over here. I think someone's been attacked. Either that or they're going to attack me. Nope, he's been attacked. No. I hope that doesn't count as horse theft. No, it didn't. Good. He is a bandit. Are you the bandit's horse, or... Because normally I only see hunters around with horses, not bandits. And I don't want a horse, but... Anyway. We're going to go and do this little dungeon here. This little bandit camp. So we can sneak around here. So let's see if we can do this. Without really being seen. There's going to be one guy like right How am I not hitting this guy? Here we go. Ah, I'm not hitting this guy because it's not a guy. Well, that would explain some of it, potentially. I mean, I'm not entirely sure why it would explain things, but it's a good enough excuse for my poor aim. Cheeses always sell well. What's in the chest? You don't need stamina potions, but alright. Don't care about the rest. Right River Watch, here we come. And good night, blind old man. No, nothing else I wanted there. Nobody up there. Guess I'll take the fur armor. It's not great. Ooh. Take the wine bottles. They're always worth a few coin. Anything in the wardrobe? Merchant's clothing. Not really worth it. And yeah, not seeing anything there that's really worth my time. So we'll kill you. Come on, where are you?
Just getting jumpy, I guess.
Is there a fourth one in here somewhere? Sort of got a feeling there is. Take it carefully. Oh, fine leather backpack. No, I guess it was only the three of them. What's in the cupboard? Leather strips always sell well, as do the wooden swords for some reason. Pull the chain. Oh, you moved, you bastard. Come on. And then where's the other one? Right. Okay, there we go. No, I must have missed him last time. Oh, man. There we go. Take a hit like that if it means I can get them just that little bit easier. Search that cupboard. I didn't, but there's nothing in it that I want. Grab all of that. All of that. All of that. Grab all of that. And all of that. There is a potion in here. And there's nothing else around there that I want. There's nothing really up here. Did he fall down when I killed him? I guess he did. I don't really want that iron warhammer, but I can carry it, so I'll take it. It's not like it's essential or anything. That was a book I didn't want. Let's drop that. Was it ruined or burnt? It wasn't burnt, so it must be ruined. There it is. Oh, empty wardrobe. Okay, we get to sneak outside. We might just I hope that worked in the right order there. Okay, back to the regular Arcane Arrows. Grab that. What's in the chest? Warhammer of Sparks. Some more potions. Another weapon. A shield. You got a whole heap of good stuff. Hang on. Can I get down here without killing myself? It's time to find out. I've never done this before. Normally, I do either fast travel from here, or I go back inside and slowly make my way out. But that just seems like it would take way too long. There we go. Get back down onto the road. And we're done. Beautiful. Horse is gone. Interesting. Dead bandit's gone. There he is. Oh, one of them anyway. Missed. Got him. Is there another one? There's often 2 or even 3. Not seeing them. I'm not going to take on the... There's a bunch of trolls in a cave. Oh, there is a second one. There's a bunch of trolls in a cave down this path here. Just sort of on the side of the mountain, just down there. I'm not going to take them on because I don't feel like I'm high enough level. Only level 7. Yep, another cave done. Okay, so just over this hill here actually is going to be some more wolves probably. Yep, there they are. There's one. There's two. And there's three. Wonderful. Now, there's a necromancer right there. But I'm going to come up to here if I can. And I'm going to take the shot from here because it's a straighter shot. It's not uphill. Oh, but he's hiding. Here we go. Oh. Just a touch too low. That's going to get him though. And there he goes. And his skeleton disappears. Despawns. Now, I'm actually going to do something here because I'm positive that way back when, months ago, the first time I played this and I came to this area, I'm positive somebody in this camp.
If you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to Windhelm. Ulfric Stormcloak wants to see them.
I'm going to be doing that very soon. I'm positive somebody told me that the armourer that they have in this camp has disappeared and they suspect that she is in the giant camp over there. Now,
We'll show those faithless dogs who this land belongs.
But every time I come here since that first time, I never get anyone.
Soldiers gleam. Keep your eye. Can't wait.
No one else ever mentions it.
Fight. Next Imperial I see. By the 9, I hate the way.
Pain, somebody stop the pain.
Talos guide you. Talos guide.
Talos guide you. At first they call. We fight to make. The sound of our fury is a. Ulfric's not running. If you are, then you make your way to. Skyrim is the worst still. And what Ulfric did, and we'll cleave through the Legion to get to them.
So nobody here. So I don't know whether I was imagining it or whether there's something else I've got to do first that I did that other time. Because I've never joined the Stormcloaks yet, so it's not that. I don't know what it is, but I'm positive that there was a mission that said that their armourer had gone missing. And I can't get that mission anymore. I don't know what I've got to do. I don't know what I've done wrong. If I was higher level, I would just assault the giant camp and be done with it. I did search that. Very good. And I searched that. So let's go and search the remains of this necromancer. Don't want any of that. We're done. How are we doing for carry? Yeah, we're not doing too bad. But now that I think about it, this is the time to head back to Whiterun. I can't sell anything here yet, but because I'm going to have to wait until morning.
Turn around and go back the way you came.
But there is one place I can sell stuff. And it's the place that never closes.
Something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler. Ah, hello, my Nord friend. In the market for some hunting supplies? Try Hulda, the innkeeper at... You should check in at Dragon's Reach too. There's an archer, huh? I've got just what you need.
No, you don't, because I've got everything I need already. I don't want that, or that, or that.
Thank you very much for business.
So close to having enough to buy the house. We will probably have it after we do Whiterun. After we do the Valthium Towers, or whatever they're called. Okay, let's head back down from here. Let's get the bow out, because... that is likely to happen. I don't need any more leather, so I'm not going to take out the deer. Or the fox. There's often a couple of wolves around there, but I haven't actually seen them the last few times I've come through, I don't think. I don't know why.
Here's a toll road, see? You're gonna have to hand over, say, 200 gold if you want to use our road. That's a real shame. Gonna make it hard for you to pay a healer after we cave your skull in. Now ain't this a surprise?
You would duck at them. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Oh, no. After all that, I missed anyway. That is only just missing that. Because that's the chief. That guy that I'm just missing up there at the moment. Damn it. How am I missing by that little amount? That's landing right next to his foot or something. Come on. Problem is, as soon as I hit the bandit chieftain, he's going to be running right for me. That's right. You stay there, Chief. How? I am only missing by millimeters. There we go. Okay. Going to ignore the potions that are there for the moment. I've got a level, so take that level to get all of my health back. Conjuration dual casting I can take. Let's take that. Is there someone else? I feel like there might be. I picked up a potato that I didn't want. I might put that in the cupboard. There we go. Let's get the wine over there. That bit of cheese over there. That wine there. All good. What's upstairs? The healing potion next to the loo because you just had a bad meal. And the guy that we killed up here fell down there. I think I already got all of his gear. But one of the guys fell all the way down there, but I think we just searched him now that we did that, so that's good. Take the iron arrows, take all of that. Shouldn't be anybody else around. Grab that. What's in the end table? 3 gold. Let's come over here. Got that guy. The books are all that worth it. Fine boots, I'll take them. Novice chest, that is barely locked. There we go. Should not have cost me a lockpick. I was being a little bit hasty there. Got all of that. Grab those. Empty wardrobe. Let's grab that. Let's grab that to get an increase in our archery. Very nice. Take the gold. Take all the booze, and nothing in there that we want. Right, up here, got a cheese wedge and an imperial bow of scorching. An early game, that is one of the earliest magical bows that you can be pretty much guaranteed to find, I think, because I have yet to come here and there has not been a magical bow of some sort up on that platform. So we've searched him already. We have done that dresser. We have not done this chest. And you know what? We're just going to do that and trigger it. And we didn't do those because we didn't think we had the time. And we didn't loot her. Did we actually get a mission to say collect the bounty? We did. Okay. Back to Dragon's Reach to get our bounty. Actually, we are better off selling everything first. Because if we do that, we will definitely then have enough money that we should be able to not only buy the house, but do at least some of the upgrades to it. And I'm actually half tempted to not buy the house here and to wait and see if there's any houses. I don't even know. Let's have a look. Let's go and have a look on the wiki. Let's just do that for a sec. Hang on. Skyrim, Elder Scrolls, wiki. No, come on. Okay, so are there any houses? So hang on a sec. Join the Stormcloak. Is it? Yeah, Windhelm. So there is a house in Windhelm. It costs $8,000 to $12,000, and it's $9,000 worth of upgrades. You have to complete Blood on the Ice and either the Battle for Fort Sunguard or the Imperial Legion questline. Right. You know what? I might just leave it. I might not buy the house here.
Everything's for sale. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Pretty sure I've already broken that down. Don't need leather strips. Do you have any magica potions? 1. Better than none.
Do come back.
Right. I've got some wolf pelts here that I can turn into hides and then turn into leather strips. So I don't know if everybody watching this knows this, but you are always better off, rather, like I've got 7 wolf pelts, right? If I...
You there. We're looking for someone in Whiterun. A woman. She's likely. We are not welcome here in Whiterun. So we...
Okay. If I try and sell the wolf pelts, each wolf pelt will sell for 3 gold, right? Each wolf pelt produces 1 leather. Each of those 1 leather can be turned into 4 leather strips, and each of those leather strips can be sold for at least 1 gold. In fact, I think they sell for more than that. So, and even if I convert these into just leather, so if I just convert one of these to leather, for example, and try and sell that, selling that leather, that sells for 3 gold as well. So the process of converting that from a wolf pelt to leather has done absolutely nothing to its value. And the same goes for any sort of pelts. You will always make more money if you convert them all into leather strips, because you get 4 leather strips per pelt, per leather, sorry, and each...
Have you met my father? Blades, helmets.
Each leather strip sells for 1 gold. So you always make more money if you turn them into leather strips. I just want to check to see if I can upgrade my... I can't upgrade my bow yet. Okay. That is fine. I'm going up to Dragon's Reach, aren't I?
I serve Jarl Balgraf as steward. Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here is your reward. Enjoy your visit to Dragon's
Okay, so we've got a last few items that we can sell. We'll just quickly go down and do that.
got something for just about everybody in here. Everything's for sale. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
I couldn't break that down. That's odd. Okay, we'll get rid of that. I'm going to use that. Get rid of that. Is that everything? That is. Let's put that cloak on.
Do come back.
How do we look? Very nice. Okay.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? Climb and back and we'll be off. Ever been to Windhelm? Oldest city in Skyrim by some accounts. They say the big old palace there was built by Ysgramor himself.
I can't say that I really like Windhelm. I don't know, it's got this feeling of a half derelict old city. It feels run down, it feels cramped, it's like a rabbit warren. Yeah, it's just a strange old city. I don't really like it. But if we're going to do the Stormcloak questline, it makes sense to base ourselves here. So the fact of the matter is, if we've got the money eventually, and once we've done the appropriate quests, I think I definitely want to live here.
The foolish or the courageous approach a Jarl without summons. Do I know you? A fair point. Well, you've come to the right place then. Speak with Galmar. I'm always looking for able fighters. Not everyone can say they've made it out of Helgen. Seems we're all branded villains these days. So long as your criminal past stays in the past, and you fight for me with honor and integrity, we'll welcome you into our ranks. And what would you have me do?
If he's not... Helgen, huh? Ulfric told us quite the story. If you made it through all that, you're likely worth something to me. Now, but first, tell me, why does a foreigner want to fight for Skyrim?
What? Foreigner? I'm more of a bloody Nord than you are, mate. I got the war paint and everything to show it.
Fair enough. But are you willing to die for your home? All right. But before I can put you to use, I need to know how much you can take. I have a little test for you. That's what I like to hear. So long as you can back up those words with steel. I'm sending you to Serpentstone Island. If you survive, you pass. If you die, well, you weren't going to be much use to me anyway. It's where men have tested their metal for ages. It's a strange rock formation built by the ancients. Something about that place attracts the ice wraiths.
Oh joy.
You kill an ice wraith out there, and I'll have all the proof I need about you. Only the ones I'm not sure about. This will prove your abilities, but more importantly, it will prove your commitment. We'll see about that, won't we? Here, take this. You need it. Use it on the island. Don't lose it. That's all the help you're getting. Try not to die.
He knows that. They all know that.
How long? Are you going to...
Really? Come on. What sort of wuss needs to use a resist cold potion and poison to take on an ice wraith? Where do I even have to go? Where is this so-called island? I sort of figured it would be over there somewhere. I guess it's not my active map, my active mission. There we go. Yeah, I knew it would be somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be hard enough just to get out there. So let's have a look. It does sort of look like there might be a... No, there might be a trail. Oh no, that trail goes all the way from over there. I feel like if I go into the Argonian assemblage here and then jump out and go over this way, I might be able to meet up with that trail a little bit easier. Because the other way... I've got to come out here, I've got to go over here, I've got to go over there, I've got to come up there, I've got to go all the way around here, all the way over to there, and then, yeah, no, that's stupid. So, let's go this way. Where's the Argonian assemblage from here? I thought it was that one there, but it's obviously not. Yeah, didn't expect that place to be open. This is not feeling right. There's normally... Where have I gone wrong? Maybe that one that said Skyrim, that is, out to the Arcane assemblage. I knew this was the right spot. Let's have a look. Yeah. It's not Skyrim, it's still part of the city, for crying out loud. Oh, I don't know. Alright, so we just come over here. Go along this way. Ignore the hawkers. Get the bow out, because we're definitely going to need it. And switch to shock arrows, because that's going to be the best way to take on ice wraiths. And wolves. Why is the map trying to point me? back towards the city. Very bizarre. Need to be pointing myself a little bit more easterly to get to the road. It's probably up there. Oh, Shrine of Arcane. Very well. Road's over this way somewhere. How far over this way? Looks like it's up there. Can I get to where I'm going if I head over this way? Right up the clacker. What is that? Oh, that's a goat. Okay. So normally I wouldn't do this. But apparently one goat doesn't have enough hide on it to make a full piece of leather. So somehow you need two of them. Makes absolutely no sense to me. But that's the way the game is. How are we doing on the map? How are we going to get out to that? Looks like we're going to have to swim, but I really don't want to be swimming too much. Feels like if I came from here over to that island and went all the way over to there, I might be able to get over to it reasonably well. I'm concerned that this is some sort of Draugr hideout. Snowvale Sanctum. Leave that alone. Come down this way. Let's make our way down to the shoreline. I am concerned that we're going to... Thought I saw a red dot on the compass, actually on my other monitor. It's like, whoa, hang on. Look back to my monitor, can't see the red dot. It's like, right, that's not fun. It feels like I've got to come here to come down. Yes. That's a horse? So someone's been... I don't see him. I'm just going to leave all his stuff alone. He's got a horse just sitting here not doing anything. Let's see. Well, it's pointing me generally in that direction. The clouds on the map are a pain in the butt, I gotta say. I definitely feel coming around this way. So probably going over to there and then getting onto that island. No. Actually, let's go this way. Iron ore, don't need it. Okay, so this... yeah, this is the edge of that map. That island, I mean. We may actually just be able to walk across. Damn it, there is a... ice wolf right there. And a normal wolf. And then another ice wolf. And I'm out of arrows. You boys are not coming this... you boys are coming this way. God damn it. I got nothing against you. But you're going to make me kill you, aren't you? I'm already low on magicka. See, I'm getting an increase in conjuration when I'm using these arrows, which is strange. Hopefully the other arrows will give me... you had a ring on you? I'm not even going to ask about that. In a way, it's good that those guys did attack, because it means I can come over here and I can get this wolf. But then there's also that hunter and that hunter and that hawker. Okay. Well, I do feel that as I get closer to this place, I'm going to need to get my shock arrows going again. So coming over this way. To this area here. Okay. More hawkers and ice wolves over that way. I feel like this. I wonder if it's that circle of stones up there. It might very well be. Right. Yes, it does very much feel like it's that circle of stones up there that I've got to go to. Can I get up here? Is this a way to get up and get over this iceberg? Maybe over here? No. Okay. I just felt like the only way to get around here is to swim, and I didn't really want to have to do that. Maybe going this way and going the other side around that iceberg will be the better way to go. Let's have a look. I don't really feel like there's a good way around here at all, to be honest. Was this was where the Ice Wolf and the Hawker were fighting. That's a ship there. Yeah, it really does look like no matter what I do, I sort of have to get a little bit wet to get in this direction. But it does sort of feel like this is a slightly better way to go. I mean, sure, I have to swim this little bit here. Let's save. Okay. There's no way to get up that side. No way to get up here. Maybe. Can we get up through here? We can. Quick save. Okay. I have my shock arrows ready to go. Oh, that was a wolf, and I just scared him. Not a wolf, that's a fox. I thought it was a wolf. Let's just double check and make sure there's nothing else bad around here. We will try and sneak and see if we can get a sneak shot on this ice wraith. Hopefully we only have to take on one. But who knows? that little figure 8 that I just ran a second ago, that was me trying to heal myself by pressing the C key, which in once a day, those under the sign of the serpent can use a ranged paralyzing poison on opponents. No, thank you. Yeah, I tried to heal myself by pressing the C key, which is what you do in Oblivion to cast spells. So yeah, that didn't work. Do we still have... We do still have our shock arrows ready. We might just quickly switch back to our arcanes. But we are... Oh, let's wait for that to finish. We got a level. Keep going with Magicka. I think... I gotta check how many points we're getting buffed in Magicka. But, let's... I could put a point into Restoration to make healing a little bit easier. But is there anything else I can do in Archery? I thought I already took Critical Shot before. And have we put any... We have put some into Light Armor. I can't do anything more there. What about that one there? No, I can't. So let's come and do that one. There we go. Right, now we can fast travel back to the Palace of Kings. Yeah, well, I've got the destruction ones, so the shock arrows that I cast at the Wraith, they were destruction. So you can get fire, you can get frost, you can get shock arrows. But I don't think ice is a good thing to use in this game. And fire is okay, but shock does more damage, but it costs more.
I didn't think we'd be seeing you again. I misjudged you. You're definitely Stormcloak material. It's time we made this official. You ready to take the oath? Before you're one of us, you must swear fealty to Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak, future High King of Skyrim. You must also pledge unswerving loyalty to your fellow Stormcloaks, to Skyrim, and to her people. That's the spirit. By swearing this oath, you become one of us, a hero of the people, a true son of Skyrim, a Stormcloak. Repeat after me. I do swear my blood and honor to the service of Ulfric Stormcloak.
I do swear my blood and honor to the service of Ulfric Stormcloak.
Jarl of Windhelm and true High King of Skyrim.
Jarl of Windhelm and true High King of Skyrim.
As Talos is my witness, may this oath bind me to death and beyond.
As Talos is my witness, may this oath bind me to death and beyond. I wonder if they do that slightly differently if you're a High Elf.
Even to my lord, as to my fellow brothers and sisters in arms.
Even to my lord, as to my fellow brothers and sisters in arms.
All hail the Stormcloaks, the true sons and daughters of Skyrim.
All hail the Stormcloaks, the true sons and daughters of Skyrim.
Now you're one of us, which means you get to tag along on a little trip with me. Oh.
Exactly, Dave. I just find, yeah, it's good to be a Nord because you get that protection from ice, but trying to use ice against opponents just doesn't work. And I really didn't like it in Oblivion either. I didn't think it was strong enough. Fire is okay, but as you say, it's more situational than anything. Shock is just the best way to go.
Watch yourself out there.
You should risk letting those milk drinkers put Toryg's women on the throne?
Yeah. Ice is... sorry, Frost... I'll get it right in a minute. Shock is really just the only option, in my opinion. And the fact that it depletes magicka makes it really good to shoot dragons out of the sky. You hit a dragon with enough lightning and it will literally drop from the sky and leave a massive crater because it can't fly anymore. It uses magic to fly. Okay, so I do have to talk to these guys to get more missions to go on with this, but it's actually 9 AM. I'm going to go and sell some stuff first before we do anything else, and then I'm probably going to call it a stream after that, I would think. I hate trying to sell stuff in this city.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Let's see. A letter from the Jarl. Moving up in the world, eh? Thanks for the follow, Dave.
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
I can't remember if I can go that way, so let's go this way.
Take a look.
Oh, they just gave me that Stormcloak cuirass. Yes. $32. What's my leather armor? 43. There's no way I'm using that. And he's using that. Can I upgrade my bow yet? I cannot. Hang on. So I've got the iron bow. There is an orcish one. Ooh. I need to go to steel first. Why can't I not go to steel? There's an iron one, which is what I've currently got. Hang on. So my bow is the iron one. So why can I not go to the steel bow, and yet it says I can go to the orcish bow if I've got the steel bow? I don't want the silver one, I just want the iron one. And I've got the steel to do it. Oh well, not a big deal. Let's turn all this leather. Into strips. And then we'll sell it all.
Everyone says Yorland Greymane is the finest weapons and armor.
What do you have? Anything interesting? Not really. I'm going to sell that because I can't use it. And then we'll sell all of those.
Whether it's armor you need or a new blade.
I don't haggle. If you want trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Ooh, another treasure map. I don't think I've seen that one before. Let's have a look. No, I haven't. So... there's 2 treasures. I'm assuming... well, actually, assuming that they're the same... the same... what's it called? Not lumberjack. Lumber mill. Assuming that it's the same lumber mill is a little bit of a stretch. But 2 different lumber mills. I'm trying to think of the lumber mills that I know of. So a lumber mill that's on the bottom one is an interesting one. A lumber mill that has a bridge across the road and it's a split fork, like a little island, or the river splits and the lumber mill is there. So
Thank you for your...
so the lumber mills that I know about, I'm actually pretty sure there's one down here somewhere, but I don't remember exactly where it is. So there's one here at the big falls that comes down there. It's not going to be that one, although the top one could be. Or could it? No, I don't think there's a tree over there. I'm not really sure about lumber mills around this area in the Rift. There's not a big enough fall around the lumber mill here at Riverwood, and besides, there's already the treasure right there. So it's not that lumber mill. There is a lumber mill here. There is a bridge over that, but the river doesn't split like they are mentioning. I'm trying to think where else there are lumber mills. Once you get the house in Falkreath and you have to go to lumber mills, it actually puts a whole bunch of them on the map, I think. Anyway, I'm going to keep that on me.
I'd travel more, but who wants to... Some may call this junk.
Was there anything else I had to sell? No, I don't want to sell that. We're all good with all of that. No, I think I've done everything here that I want to. I don't think any of these other traders really have much of interest, because it's just mostly food. The only other place I want to go... oh, hang on. That's what I didn't check. What potions did she have?
Come and see for yourself. If you're looking for trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Do you have any... no. You got potions of healing, which I might as well get, but I really want magicka, because so far that's the thing that I'm having the most problem with. I'm running out of magicka too quickly, or not regenerating it quickly enough. Might be the other problem. So that is just a museum, isn't it? Yeah. So the store that I'm thinking of is down here. That one there is a general trader, and I thought there was an apothecary around here as well.
I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. All my trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
No, just standard magicka potions.
Do come again.
Okay. Don't recall. Yeah, so that's the club. That's just somebody's house. I thought there was an alchemist somewhere around here, but I guess not. It's not up. Oh, this is the castle again. Yeah. Okay, we're going to head in here.
Damn the Jarls. They demand.
So we'll just stand over here in the corner.
Letting those milk drinkers put Torik's woman on the throne. She'll hand Skyrim over to the elves on a silver plate.
All the more reason.
We'll stand over here. That's not a door there. No. Okay, I'm going to leave it here, folks. I'm happy with how this character has started off. You know, we're level 9. We've got a few points in a few different things. The Arcane Archery mod is doing well. I do have to do some fixes to get the game running a little bit better. I don't know what I've done, but I've done something to screw things up. Maybe there's some changes to an ini file or something like that that are causing some graphical glitches here and there, which is excuse me, a little bit annoying to me. I'm not sure how much you see of it, but I do. Overall, I'm liking this Muken's Arcane Archery mod. I think it gets abbreviated to MArc or something like that. Yeah, it's working well. Switch back to spells for close range attack if they get in too close. It's just managing magicka that is the problem, because if I run too low on magicka, the arrows disappear, and I've either got to switch back to regular arrows or, you know, drink a bunch of potions to get more magicka and then go back on spells or something like that. But anyway, it's going well. We will do some more of these Stormcloak missions in the next episode. So I'll see you then. Thanks a lot. Bye.